Thank you so much. You are very smart. Congratulations already. Let's clap for them. And as the first ones who are marching in, we were honored by the arrival of the Inspector General of Police, Abbas. You are very welcome, sir. So as participants take their seats, dear of the Chief of Defense Forces, accompanied by the General of Police, and accompanied by the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, plus members of the top management and the acting commandant, to the operations room to witness a command post exercise that the participants will demonstrate. And thereafter we shall have anthems when he is back, and then presentation of the graduates as you can see in the program book. Dear guests, esteemed guests, we are pleased to have you with us. This is graduation of the third intake of the Intermediate Command and Staff course. We have 60 of those officers and 10 are female, while 50 of them are male. We appreciate and recognize the presence of each and everyone, and I believe the participants are excited to see that all of us have come to witness achievement. I will still request the relatives and families of the participants to once again stand up and wave to the Commissioner General and his guests, plus your relatives here who are very smart, so that somebody may not keep turning around looking for you. Please stand up. And then we thank you for the good work that you have been doing as they were away for the last 5 months. Thank you so much for coming, and thanks so much for being smart. At least you can now see that the journey is almost over, so the loneliness you may have been having is almost to the end. Sir, the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, sir, I wish to once again recognize your guests who are already with us. The Inspector General of Police, Abbas Byakagawa, sir, once again you're welcome. Then we have with us the representative of the Chief of Defense Forces, Brigadier General Alex Olupot. We have with us the Deputy Inspector General of Government, Dr. Patricia Achan Okiria, and we have with us representative, actually the Acting Director General of the Uganda Management Institute, Dr. Mulindwa Kasozi. Sir, we are pleased to have you here. And then we have a representative of the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Dr. Benon Tusasire from the School of Law. Sir, you are very welcome, and you with your team. And then still with us, we have members of the top management. We have heads of departments with us. We have heads of divisions and sections from the prison's headquarters. We have other guests that have been invited from sister institutions. We have the directing staff here, mainly in the front seats on the immediate right of the tent. And then officers in charge from the units around Ruzira. We have the participants who are in front of you there, sir. As you can see them, very smart. Following there, we have relatives and families of the participants. And then in the next part of the tent, we have band, the prisons band, and we have other staff of the Prisons Academy and those from around the institutions. The officers of the Prisons Academy are also together with the directing staff seated in the immediate, the far right, the far left corner of the tent. Let me request the band to keep on entertaining our guests as we continue to wait for the arrival of the chief guest. Please, brass. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we start off with this song, please allow us to dedicate this song to Undersecretary, Finance and Administration, Mr. Samuel Baker Emiko. Thank you so very much, sir. Enjoy the song.
Jomongali moninga nalinga kiyobonzele batemwe bazalaki te
na mituni solo toka bwani mikolo mibalenga na samwa nasala nyoso wopo na zuwa yo zabola yeko kabola biso amekipe ya leisa yo mumba ze olandi mabe eva sala somo Vertige zalinga nzele motema ziki makila nzote sopani molimwe komi kaina kaina mama
moninga nalinga kiyonzele
mama
batemwe bazalaki te na mituni solo toka bwani mikolo mibalenga na sabwa nasala nyoso wopo na zuwa yo zabola yeko kabola biso amekipe ya leisa yo mumba zele olandi mabe eva sala somo vertige zalina nzele motema eziki makila nzote sopani molimwe toni kaina kaina nalingi nayeba soki tolingana nalingi nayeba basusu basala zuwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi yo deside amour motindo wana zele batela mibeko ngai nakopesa yo soki yo bebisi lelo bango baseka ngai madilu balinganga mingi na katie tina nini basalela ngai na yo likita mozoba nalingi nayeba soki tolingana nalingi nayeba basusu basala zuwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi yo deside amour motindo wana zele batela mibeko ngai nakopesa yo soki yo bebisi lelo bango baseka ngai madilu balinganga mingi na katie tina nini basalela ngai na yo likita bozoba 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 aye Mongaliena mongalie yena mongalie ngaramboka babaya
moto na moto bakutani moto na moto bakutani bazali seko benda bowling gama kanisi
ngaina sila ngaina sila
nalingina ye basoki tolingana nalingina ye bamba susu basalazwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi yo deside apo motindo wana zele batela mibeko ngai na kopesa yo soki yo bebisi lelo bango baseka ngai madilu balinganga mingi na katie tina nini basalela ngai na yo likita bosoba 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 aye uka yeba yembaka
aye music to remember.
Oh yeah. Yeah mama. Sukuma. Yeah tata. Sukuma. Sukuma, 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 sukuma. Mama. Sukuma. Mama. Sukuma. Nalingi na ye basoki tolingana nalingi na ye baba susu basalazwa zele motema na ngai wa bolingo ebongi yo deside apo motindo wana zele. Thank you.
Thank you, Jazz Band. I don't know whether it was a dedication or dedications to the Undersecretary specifically. And I think you're sorted now after that special dedication. Our invited guests, the generals, all very important persons here, we are extremely delighted to have you in our midst. And I think today is one of those special days that we count as a service that we are holding such an occasion when we are passing out 60 officers who have completed an intermediate command and staff course here at our college, organically trained from here, definitely with much and invaluable support from people who have led us up to this stage. And on that note, I want to give a very special recognition to the Inspector General of Police for having developed us up to this level. I request the audience to give him a very deserving hand clap. You are all aware that this course, the directing staff that we have here, we are trained from Bwebaja, and we have had the capacity now and the capabilities to have our own directing staff. Maybe a few of the directing staff were around. You may stand up for recognition. Thank you for the wonderful job. Dr. Onesimus Bitaliwo, your colleague, SSP, Draville, and the CI. I think CI you will move where everyone can see you, because you are a very, very important person today. I request that the organizing team, you get a CI, a deserving seat. We can't see him after he has delivered to this day. But we did not develop this with Uganda Police only. Uganda People's Defense Forces was also in our midst in the development of this course and even in the training. We thank you, sir, for the immense support. Of course, being a prison's tailored course, but there were many managerial requirements that we needed to include, and we would not have perhaps reached to this level without the support of academic institutions. We want to give a very special applause to Makerere University. Makerere University offers courses here. We have a certificate from the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and that was under the pioneership of Dr. Helen Nkalaba, who has not been able to be with us for now, but Makerere is fully represented, and that is a certificate of peace building and conflict transformation. I don't know whether there is any representative from Choose so far. Oh yes, they are. I am informed Dr. Kanakuria is on his way coming. But also, this year, we added a certificate of what I think is very critical in the administrative procedures and processes from the Makerere University School of Law, and that is the certificate of administrative law. Thank you so much, Dr. Benson, who is here to represent the Vice Chancellor. Our officers now are able to appreciate the due process, the administrative due process of a public officer or a public servant. Our long-standing relationship with Uganda Management Institute cannot in any way be understated. The acting Director General Makerere, Uganda Management Institute, sir, I wish to inform you that you have, apart from this that you have trained, but you have many officers here who are products of your postgraduate courses. And we are very proud to be associated with the institute. And so, we also have done with them a certificate in institutional leadership and management, and that was facilitated and supported by Uganda Management Institute. Thank you, Uganda Management Institute. In the course of this course, whereas we had our directing staff, the top management of Uganda Prison Service, from the Commissioner General and all the members of top management, participated in delivering content that would give, that is hoped to give direction to the service. The Commissioner General himself was here, I think last week. The Deputy Commissioner General was also here, and that shows the level of commitment. And the Assistant Commissioner Generals. We want to thank you, the top management, for making it deliberate to have this course a success. Colleagues, we are appreciating top management. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But we had expert facilitators who were so handy. And there are those who have been very consistent, who even have made it to this day. We want in a very special way to recognize the Deputy IGG, Dr. Patricia, for always making your time. We thank you, and we are very happy for the love that you have for this institution, and that speaks a lot on what we should do, having learned from your wealth of experience and knowledge. The Commandant of Bwebaja, who is a pillar not only in the initial development of the directing staff of the course, but who has been with your staff here to support us. Thank you so much for always being with us. And a while ago, I saw Dr. Kamia John entering, who was also in the kitchen in the preparation of this course. Thank you so much, Dr. Kamia, for always walking the journey with UPS. For those that are not very familiar with the administration of the service, I'm sure the Commissioner General will give his remarks to give a highlight, but I just wanted to mention that we have our commanders, our field commanders, some of them who are passing out today, but also those who take the core custodial role. I don't want to forget you, the officers in charge of the stations. Without prisons and without our clients, we are not there. And I want to not forget you, I want to begin with you, the officers in charge. I saw the officer in charge of upper prison. The officer in charge of upper prison. Yes, the acting officer in charge. Congratulations. I don't know, your OC is right there appreciating SSP Mbazira Brian for the work that you have so far done. Yesterday he told me you came in at the right time, and he went for the training at the right time. And officer in charge, Maxon Bay Prison. That is SP Kahel Habat, officer in charge, Rosella Women Prison. Salome Stella, I'm not seeing Stella. She's around, okay, she's part of the directing staff. In Abasa here, yes, officer in charge, Kampala Remand. Sometimes we get challenges with the public. They think that there is only one prison in Ruzira. All those are 4 prisons in Ruzira. Upper prison, Maxon Bay, Kampala Remand, and Ruzira. And Ruzira happens to be the female maximum security prison, Ruzira women, whereas upper prison, maximum security prison, where mainly capital offenders are held. Thank you, the officers in charge, for that job that you do of doing custodial. They have supervisors, immediate supervisors. Yes, the officer in charge, SSU, safety and security. That's the unit that is identifiable with our Madoa camouflage uniform. Yes, thank you. I don't know why you didn't put on your camouflage uniform today. So that's the officer in charge. And those are the command positions of Uganda Prison Service. I don't know whether the host regional commander, Kampala Extra, is here. I think he's at the office. The regional commander, Central Region, SSP Robert Naimuri. Thank you. Last time we omitted to introduce these officers, and after the function, I was asked that, don't I remember where I was, that being an officer in charge is not an easy job. I think now I am at peace with you, officers in charge. Our dear guests, we shall request the jazz band to come. Now, please give a dedication to IGP and the representative of the CDF and the CGP. We have understood that you appreciate the undersecretary. Thank you so much, jazz band, and all the invited guests. Thank you.
Say. Ladies and gentlemen, now this one is dedicated to all of you. Enjoy the song. Thank you so much for coming. Hey. Hey. Ruhangi shitwe, ruhango mwana, ruhango moyo, olikwela, ruhangi shitwe, ruhango mwana, ruhango moyo, olikwela, twakushaba, omoyo likwela, jumoishe, otwebembele, nitumanya, ngutulia bana bawe, aimukama, otwebembele. Take it away. Woo! Ah. Thank you, Jesus. For the beautiful day. Hey. If you love God, this one is dedicated to you. Enjoy the song. Ruhangi shitwe, ruhango mwana, ruhango moyo, olikwela. Ruhangi shitwe, ruhango mwana, ruhango moyo, olikwela. Elisoba twakushaba, omoyo likwela, jumoije, otwebembele, nitumanya, ngutulia bana bawe, aimukama, otwebembele, nitumanya, ngutulia bana bawe, aimukama, otwebembele. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that grand presentation to the guests, all of us. The chief guest has arrived, and just shortly he will be joining us. Thank you, Jazz Band. You always make us proud all the time, and please keep it up. We are always, can we give a thunderous hand clap to the Jazz Band? We are always very grateful, and you do as well. At this juncture, I would wish to request the officers, the Deputy Commissioner General, the IGP, the representative of the CDF, the Director of Human Resource, and the Director of Administration to proceed and receive the chief guest. We seek your indulgence, generals. And the Commandant, definitely, who is the person at the center. Our program, just the second page or the first page as you open, as the chief guest arrives, he will proceed to inspect the command post exercise, which used to be called the teller-in model operation. But these concepts keep changing, especially for us who can confess that we did not undergo such a course. If you asked me the justification, I would only seek the assistance of Dr. Vitali Wo to come and explain why change from teller-in operation to command post exercise. And so we shall request a few officers, the ones who have gone to receive the chief guest, proceed and inspect the command post. As he arrives, we shall have the anthems, and the chief instructor will present to us the participants. And then the program will follow as that, but also we shall have a session of receiving certificates. But before the certificates, the representatives of the universities, the heads of the universities, will make their remarks, their statements about, because one would not easily understand what is conflict transformation. One can easily imagine that maybe it is escalating the conflict. So we shall receive brief statements from Makerere University. Thank you. Meanwhile, I request also, I seek the indulgence of top management to proceed to the teller-in model inspection room, such that you appreciate what has been prepared by the officers. We shall request also the Commandant Webaja, who is the architect of this partnership, to proceed with the top management of Uganda Prison Service to go and appreciate the teller-in model. I may not able to explain, but you can hear the two words, teller-in, command, and exercise. And so that's the details of the operations are going to be in that room. I request you, sir, Director ACGP Afande Eli, to lead the team to the teller-in model facility. Thank you, sir. Jazz band, we love what you're doing. Please keep entertaining us. Thank you, the guests, especially the parents and the dear spouses of these participants, for this long for your spouse. Dr. John, you can proceed with the entire team.
I'm dedicating this song to everyone. You press gold on my fingers. You brought to love like I've never known. You gave life to our children and to me a reason to go. You press gold on my fingers. You brought to love like I've never known. You gave life to our children and to me a reason to go. You're my bread when I'm hungry. You're my shelter from troubled winds. You're my anchor in life's ocean, but most of all, you're my best friend. You're my bread when I'm hungry. You're my shelter from troubled winds. You're my anchor in life's ocean, but most of all, you're my best friend. When I need hope and inspiration, you're raised strong. When I'm tired and weak, I could search this whole world over, and you still be everything that I need. You're my bread when I'm hungry. Oh, you're my shelter from troubled winds. You're my anchor in life's ocean, but most of all, you're my best friend. But most of all, you're my best friend, city. But most of all, you're my best friend. But most of all, you're my best friend. Thank you. Gino jali umugwatano ku station yaffe Kampala, training eyolekedde ekibuga Jinja. Driver yali muto munyirivu nga ne fiance wamuwerekedde okutandika olugendo train esembayo. Yamusiibulanga amugumyanga n'ebiyengeyenge bijjirira, mazima n'amulaga omukwano omugomevawo. Olwo ensi yonna nga yaabwe ng'amusuubiza okuba owuwe, era ng'enkeera be banaalayira mu bufumbo. Train yesuuba mungi gonna, jane n'empukula ng'essiya, erikka n'eyiwanga driver jinyize engombe. Awo yateekako n'ettaala akunyiriza embaga yaabwe nga yesunga enkeera kudda okuwasa. Back in innocent days, there was a young cowboy in love with a Mexican girl. Only she know it. He could watch her as she passed by. Her clothes would dance in the wind, and her eyes held as stars. She was the only beautiful thing that cowboy has ever seen. Sent straight from heaven, but he was afraid, could never win her heart. Because of family scars caused by the range wars. Oh, how he loved her. Señorita, passing by, pardon me if I stopped and ask you why. Oh, señorita, couldn't be someone like you could love someone like me. Prison's Jazz Band. He walked up to her, tipped his hat, and introduced himself. So she looked up at him and had nothing to say. He told her the story of his family and the trouble that caused them up there, and all the things he wouldn't change. He told her that he loved her and tested her reaction. By the time the spring rains came, they were married. I remember those songs the family used to sing about a young cowboy, a Mexican girl. By the time the spring rains came, they were married.
Señorita,
Passing by, pardon me if I stopped and asked you why. Oh, señorita, couldn't be someone like you could love someone like you. Oh, señorita, passing by, pardon me if I stopped and asked you why. Oh, señorita, couldn't be someone like you could love someone like you. Señorita, passing by, pardon me if I stopped and asked you why. Oh, señorita, couldn't be. Thank you. Someone like you could love, someone like you could love, someone like
Yes, ma'am. We could bend up. Mwili, yes. Tulia.
Welcome Kenyans. Yes, man. Two. Slot mechanic work.
Get ahead of him when you go.
Wote kwa ujumla, kulia na kushoto, juu. Haraka mbele, tembea.
Waingie station noma wakuje.
Yes, afandi.
Bado afandi.
They are done. They are done.
Stand up.
In Kingston town, sad to say, I'm on my way. That would be back for many years days. My heart is done, my head is spinning around. I've to leave it in a God. Thank you.
You wanted me to love me, and so how am I ever to know? You only tell me, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. A million times I've asked you, and then I ask you over again. You only tell me, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. If you could make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't want to wind up being parted, broken hearted. So if you really love me, say yes. But if you don't, dear, confess. And please don't tell me, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. Let the music play. Ladies and gentlemen, sound of prison band. Give it to me, Davido. If you could make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't want to wind up being parted, broken hearted. So if you really love me, say yes. But if you don't, dear, confess. And please don't tell me, Perhaps, 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 perhaps.
Thank you, Jazz Band. Ladies and gentlemen, the inspection of the terrain exercise model is about to end, but we continue to welcome you to this function. And for purposes of further clarity, this is an occasion where our officers, 60 officers from command, are passing out after completing an intermediate command and staff course. This is our third pass out occasion here at this PATS grounds, and we celebrate not only the pass out, but the transformation that the service has undergone as far as professionalization of the service is concerned. Just to give a brief highlight of the course content is tailored towards problem solving, institutional leadership, enhancing critical and analytical competencies to ensure to achieve effective management, in a diverse environment. And this course introduced the participants to the research-based problem solving and decision making. And the delivery methodologies included the face-to-face presentations with our team of facilitators, whom we call directing staff, and also occasional support of facilitators from key agencies, as earlier mentioned, Uganda People's Defense Forces, Uganda Police Force, and other institutions, and notably from the judiciary. A while ago, we received the Inspector of Courts, His Worship Feston Senga. Your Worship Nsenga, you may stand up for recognition. Thank you for making time. Feston Senga was one, His Worship was one of those key facilitators. And the substructure of the course was the prison's content, which mainly focused on management of prison units and institutions, safety and security, political education and ideology, human rights, promotion and protection, the prison's standing orders, the command and operations mainly delivered by the directing staff. We also had the certificate in institutional management and leadership that was delivered by Uganda Management Institute, whom we are privileged to have in our midst today. Also the certificate of administrative law course, which is the first of its kind with this intake. I think this must be a very lucky intake from the School of Law under Makerere University. And the certificate in peace building and conflict transformation by the Makerere University College of Humanities, and other selected delivered content from eminent persons were also delivered here. The course, among others, intends to enhance the practical capabilities of officers in management and administration, as well as leadership, and also to develop a creative and analytical skills, a creative and intuitive and analytical skills of prisons officers to the highest standards. Generally, the aim of the course, the overarching objective of the course, was to expose the middle-level officers who are our midst today to develop intellectual and practical approaches to correctional services and nurture their ideological orientation, aligning their thinking to national aspirations and development priorities. At this juncture, when you look through the program book, you will see a number of officers who were the participants. We have from the senior superintendents of prisons, notably the senior superintendent Maureen Ninsima, senior superintendent Jimmy Anguzu, senior superintendent of prisons Eric Baleteleiwe, senior superintendent Brian Mbazira, and senior superintendent Godfrey Walakra. We had a number of superintendents. These are commanders in the field, and this course is hoped to enhance their command capabilities. We had a number of superintendents. We also had a number of senior assistant superintendents. We had a number of assistant superintendents, and we had a number of principal officers one. Principal officers one are at the level, at the age between the junior officer and progression to the senior officers. And this made a total of 60 officers. And they interacted with a number of facilitators, like earlier indicated, in the areas of agriculture, in the facilitators from within the service and without. But also, the officers moved out for the field tours, and they focused on development areas such as agriculture, which really demonstrated the modern agriculture. Among the areas visited was Kaumu Presidential Demonstration Farm in Ruwero District, where there was an exhibition of how coffee is very, very critical towards socio-economic transformation. And also, there was a visit to Chila Motors in Jinja to appreciate the transformations that are being undertaken in that technology. The livestock farming, the participants also visited the National Research Organization, NARO, at Namulonge, and an impressive livestock management skills and practices were learned. Also, there were visits to the Forensic Department of Uganda Police Force to showcase how the Forensic Department is helping in combating crime. That is a very short overview of what has taken place here, and I'm sure the Commandant will give a clear highlight of the training as it progressed. We continue to receive you and welcome you, our invited guests. And as earlier indicated, I am informed that the terrain model is about to end. As the chief guest arrives, we shall be singing the anthems, and we shall have a prayer, and then the participants will be presented to us. Thank you so much. But in a very special way, I want to recognize the organizing committee. The chairperson has just stepped, is with the team that is inspecting the terrain model, the team that has pulled this function together. We have a number of members, and I think some of them are here. Commissioner Gervase Tumuhimbise, if you're here, kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you so much, sir. Commissioner Simon Wansada, Commissioner in charge Safety and Security Operations. Thank you. We have Commissioner Stephen Rugonda, who was also a member. Commissioner Stephen, thank you for delivering this occasion. Commissioner El Tumuramye, who is the Commissioner of Logistics, thank you so much. Commissioner Stella Nabunya, Commissioner Harris. I can see the standby hospital. Thank you for ensuring that we feel secure. And then the acting commandant, SCP Mary, who is also on the inspection of the model. The assistant commissioner in charge of accounts, Patricia Nyacho. I think she's not her. And our secretary, SSP Dr. Onesimus Bitaliwo. Thank you so much for having this function organized. Jazz band. We love to hear you, but at a low volume, at extremely low volume, to keep the guests entertained. Thank you.
shit.
If I tell you now, would you keep on loving me? If I tell you how I feel, would you keep bringing out the best in me? You're giving me the sweetest taboo, so good for me. You're giving me the sweetest taboo, so good for me. There's a quiet storm that I've never felt like this before. There's a quiet storm that it's you. There's a quiet storm that I've never felt like this before. You're giving me something that's taboo. You give me the sweetest taboo. That's where I am in love with you. You give me the sweetest taboo, so good for me. You get the biggest heart. Sometimes I think you're just too good for me, Davido. Every day is Christmas, and every night you give me the sweetest taboo. That's why I'm in love with you. You give me the sweetest taboo, so good for me. Take it away, band. You get the biggest heart. Sometimes I think you're just too good for me. Every day is Christmas, and every night is New Year's Eve. You give me the, that's where I am. You give me the sweetest taboo, so good for me. So good for me. So good for me. Ladies and gentlemen, this song is dedicated to director band. Enjoy the song. Afande Togume Ambrose, we are so proud of you. Thank you so much. Hey, yeah. Oh, oh. Hey, yeah. Oh, oh. Piti wakachala razi na ibo jangonda sangondele nangeliebo alikuncha ya kondi aliba watima ila sili masonyi woyo okupare waloji wotensi yangendala wajikwa kula ko oluyi Zendi muntu wa milembe nnyo naye kisajjule beera kwe kukuburanti nakugira kakakofiira bwe nkulowooza ogamba sikese kusaba ojjukirenga nnyo luli olunaku lwaffe twasisinkana bwe nakugirako eno sepeewo bwe nkulowooza ogamba sikese kusaba ojjukirenga nnyo luli olunaku lwaffe twasisinkana Bavawa, thank you, Amot. Yeah. Bavawa, Judith. Yeah.
Special dedication.
One more time, Judy. Yeah. Bavawa. Woo! Thank you. Oh mama. Oh mama. Woo. Calling no votions or joggers enemy. Simanyi volindo cotions and Jerry Candigi. At your chili bachi rade, chili in the kakondiri. The kuwe mabutongo, wana tuboleka. Sikubu womi voma kwanogo. Elali kwenganga ali manyobuka. Korali manya kamfamo. Bovawa Jara. Give it to me, band. Come on. Yeba. Ladies and gentlemen.
Special dedication.
Bruce. Allow me introduce to the amazing boys behind the amazing sound you're listening to. Number one, we have Mwonge John Kopolo. Solo. Bigger. Lance Kopolo. Kopolo is coming. In the name of Jesus. Give it to me solo. Yeba. Lance Kopolo Mwonge. Kopolo to be. Yeah.
Chifa Yogede.
Number two, we have Drachako Tom. Chief to be. In the name of Jesus. Take it.
Take it in the name of Jesus.
I want to feel the best Tom. Best. 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 Woo. Thank you, Tom. Original. Number three, we have Wandera Boniface. Kopolo Boniface, ladies and gentlemen. Omukubi Wakabi. Owoko TV. Give it to me. Say, Lumba. Lumba. Oh, mama. Woo. Be your. Woo. Oh, mama. Thank you. Number three, number four, we have the legend. Olau Franco, ladies and gentlemen. Original solist. Ya singa mukampala wano na Uganda yonna. Sergeant Olau. Soliste. Give it to me. Oh mama. Be you want to be. Yep.
Jesus.
And of course we have David Semivule. George.
Olimba, olimba.
The guy on the keys, ladies and gentlemen. Devi kumapesa, Devi kumapesa.
Naira ngachi.
Uliro mwana. Oh mama. Kopolo.
Rangachi mama.
Kale novo tunzu njogeze. Simanyi bolinde kotyo. And of course we have Sandra Namiti. Kopolo Namiti. Sandra Badogambachi. Chief 3 to be. 1, 2, Kamata. Thank you. Jaja chali mwera bidde. Mobe. Last couple of Mobe.
In a bar in Interlude, cross from the depot, the bus stool she took off her ring. Thought I'll get closer, walked on over, sat down and asked her name. Bar in Toledo, cross from the depot, on a bus stool she took off her ring. I thought I'll get closer, walked on over, I sat down and asked her name. A barroom in Toledo, across from the depot, on a bus stool she took off her ring. I thought I'll get closer, so I walked on over, I sat down and asked her name. When the drinks finally hit her, said I'm no quitter. Finally quit living on dreams. And I'm hungry for laughter, here ever after. I'm after whatever the other life bring. In a mirror I saw him, and I closely watched him. Thought how he looked out of place. He came to the woman who sat there beside me. He had a strange look on his face. His big hands were calloused, looked like a mountain. For a minute I thought I was dead. When he started shaking, his big heart was breaking. He came to the woman and said, "You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucy, with 4 hungry children and a crop in the field. I've had some hard time, living through some sad time. This time you're hurting what hell. You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucy." Thank you.
c'est pas joli, c'est pas gentil, façon comme ça. Ta façon d'aimer Doudoué, c'est pas joli, c'est pas gentil, vraiment fatigue. Ta façon d'aimer chérie, jaloux, 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 t'es trop jalouse. Tu vois même devant les gens, tu perds la tête, c'est pas gentil, oh ma belle. Parfois même devant nos invités, tu perds la tête, c'est pas gentil, oh ma belle. Eh, Fatimata, amour à moi. Eh, Fatimata, amour à moi. Façon d'aimer, c'est pas joli, c'est pas gentil, façon comme ça. Ta façon d'aimer Doudoué, c'est pas joli, c'est pas gentil, vraiment fatigue. Ta façon d'aimer chérie, jaloux, 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 t'es trop jalouse. Tu vois même devant les gens, tu perds la tête, c'est pas gentil, oh ma belle. Parfois même devant nos invités, tu perds la tête, c'est pas gentil, oh ma belle. Eh, Fatimata, amour à moi. Eh, Fatimata, amour à moi. Je suis déçu, maman. Fatimata, Fatimata. Non, 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 fatigué. Je suis déçu, fatigué. Une fille comme elle. Elle habite Yopougon. Elle travaille au plateau. Elle ne roule qu'en taximètre. Elle m'a fait tourner la tête à cause de sa beauté. Elle a un corps pété pété. Elle a un corps semé semé. Non, 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 fatiguée. Elle s'habille comme une princesse à la démarche de caméléon. Elle ne boit que le bandit de Yamoussoukro. Quand elle arrive à Dakar, elle n'habite qu'aux Almadies. Tout cela pour m'impressionner. Je suis tombé malade. Voilà moi traumatisé. Non, 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 Fatimata.
Ladies and gentlemen, the invited guests and the chief guest who had gone to inspect the tailoring model are back. Yes, yes. You can take your seats. As we wait for the chief guest. When the chief guest arrives, we shall all raise up in his recognition, and we shall sing the anthems, and thereafter the program will proceed as earlier planned. We continue to thank everyone for finding time to be here and to recognize the contribution that a number of you have contributed to this occasion. And I wish to introduce some more officers. I think starting from the front, we introduced a few representatives from the institutions, academic institutions. I wish to introduce the Assistant Commissioner Planning, ACP Onani Kusasera. Thank you for being here with us. In our midst, we have also ACP NTL, Oklol James, Revenue. We also have ACP Okwale Christopher, in charge of prisoners. We have SSP Wanga, staff officer. Yes, guest of honor is arriving, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all raise up and welcome him. You're most welcome, the chief guest, sir. Without further ado, we welcome you here, sir, and we roll with the anthems. Band. Thank you, band. With your permission, sir, the chief guest, I request that we invite the clergy to come and lead us in a prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قال الله تعالى إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات كانت لهم جنات الفردوس نزلا خالدين فيها لا يبغون عنها حولا صدق الله العلي العظيم. Oh Allah, I ask you to protect and guide our President of the Republic of Uganda, our chief guest, the Commissioner General of Prison, the IGP, and all our leaders who have attended this function. Oh Allah, I ask you to keep and protect our Bagore who are here and all of us in our country. May God bless you all. Amen.
Thank you. Chief guest, sir, allow us to sit now. Dear chief guest, sir, it's our pleasure to have you here today on this pass out of the Intermediate Command and Staff Course officers. And it's a moment that we are celebrating as the service. Just to let you know of the guests who are present with you, Chief Guest, sir, present is the representative of the Chief of Defense Forces, Brigadier General Alex Orupot, who is the Joint Staff and Head of Joint Staff and Training Doctrine, as well as the Commandant NDC. Sir, I request Brigadier General, if it's possible, you stand up for recognition. You're most welcome, sir, and kindly let's give our guests a deserving reception. Present also is the Inspector General of Police, IGP Abbas Byakagaba. Also the host, who is the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons himself, who is around. But also we have other important persons here, sir. We have the representatives of academic institutions whom we are in partnership with. That is the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Dr. Benson Tusasirwe. Dr. Benson Tusasirwe is the head of the School of Law, Makerere University. Also in our midst, sir, we have the Acting Director General of Uganda Management Institute, Dr. Kasozi Mulindwa. So we have members of top management of Uganda Prison Service, whom we shall introduce to you at a later time. That is the Assistant Commissioner Generals of Prisons and Senior Commissioners of Prisons. We also have heads of programs from the academic institutions who have delivered these courses up to date, and we have Dr. Patricia Atim from Makerere University leading the administrative course law certificate. We also have Dr. Kanakulia Dixon from the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. We also have in our midst Dr. Rose Kwatampola from Uganda Management Institute, who is the head of projects. Chief guest, sir, the Commandant, Prison Staff and Academy may kindly stand up for recognition. SCP Mary Centenary. Mary Centenary is the Commandant here, and she has worked very closely with her counterpart, the Commandant of Webaja, SCP Dr. Babla Alungati. We have a number of officers under the category of commissioners who head the departments, and the heads of divisions, the assistant commissioners from prisons headquarters. Chief Guest Sir, we also have the directing staff from Prisons Academy and Training School. Please stand up for recognition. And thank you for the well-delivered job. We have the graduates who are yet to be presented before you, Chief Guest Sir, and the invited special guests, at least a family member or a close friend. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you here, and Chief Guest Sir, we are delighted to be with you tonight on this pass out. At this moment, sir, allow me to invite the chief instructor to come and present to you the participants who have been participants and ready for graduation. Chief Guest Sir. The chief instructor.
Thank you, MC. Our chief guest, sir, the State Minister of Internal Affairs, General David Muhozi, the representative of the Chief of Defense Forces, Brigadier General Alex Olupot, the Inspector General of Police, Yakagaba Abbas, the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Samuel Makena, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, and all the other heads from the institutions that are here, members of top management that are with us, senior officers, the directing staff, our graduates, and your dear special guests, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Chief Guest Sir, I am Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Deogracious Ogwapit, the Chief Instructor of the Intermediate Command and Staff Course, Intake 003 of the year 2024-2025. Therefore, permit me, sir, to present to you the 60 participants who have certified the requirement for the award of the Intermediate Command and Staff Course certificates of the Prisons Academy and the Training School. Sir, they include, and I would request, as I read their names, they stand for recognition with you, sir. And we can clap for them because they have endured a 5-month course. Chief guests, sir, they include 1, Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Maureen Ninsima. Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Eric Baleiteroa. Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Brian Ko Mbazira. Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Jimmy Anguzu. Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Godfrey Walakira. Superintendent of Prisons, Barbara Businje. Superintendent of Prisons, Joseph Ochom. Superintendent of Prisons, Francis Loanga. Superintendent of Prisons, Hamid Hussein Aikomundu. Superintendent of Prisons, Pasco Chesimira. Superintendent of Prisons, Dennis Asimwe. Superintendent of Prisons, Edward Mulavie Muwatua. Superintendent of Prisons, Juliet Najuma. Superintendent of Prisons, Lydia Nekesa. Superintendent of Prisons, Joseph Nsobia. Superintendent of Prisons, Hannington Musinguzi. Superintendent of Prisons, Jimmy Omodi. Our Mugole.
Superintendent of Prisons, Patrick Busulwa. Superintendent of Prisons, Brian Mulabi. Superintendent of Prisons, James Viteva. Superintendent of Prisons, Tanazio Vyakatonda. Superintendent of Prisons, Daniel Magoma. Superintendent of Prisons, Dennis Omech. Superintendent of Prisons, Kenneth Nekambi. Superintendent of Prisons, Wilbrod Majezi. Superintendent of Prisons, Thomas Apila. Superintendent of Prisons, Godwin Chirunji. Superintendent of Prisons, Robert Ogutu. Superintendent of Prisons, Robert Okanya. Superintendent of Prisons, Ezra Muchunguzi. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Ezra Muchunguzi. Sorry. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Yunus Kaima. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Deodato Atwine. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Kimono James Nakosi. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Abner Felix Mugia. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Maximilian Biam. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Nicholas Baguma Businje. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Joseph Odeke. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Karim Serunkuma. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Stella Adong. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Thomas Tebanyendera. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Irene Nantongo. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Stephen Kasokodo Kiria. Let's not get tired of clapping for them. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Simon Obong. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Dina Mirembe. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Jackson Musinguzi, recently promoted. Principal Officer 1, Deborah Nakalanzi. Principal Officer 1, Bernard Tivita. Principal Officer 1, Leonard Walukana. Principal Officer 1, Justin Watisimwe Gwangwa. Principal Officer 1, Iza Kasada. Principal Officer 1, Mukasa Augustine. Principal Officer 1, David Baluku. Principal Officer 1, Mohammed Sembuya. Principal Officer 1, Joel Emunyu. Principal Officer 1, Edson George Tukamuhabwa. Principal Officer 1, Dina Adong. Principal Officer 1, James Patrick Alomo. Principal Officer 1, Avudu Musimenta. Principal Officer 1, Godfrey Masereka. And then finally, Principal Officer 1, Koleb Naturinda. Sir, that marks the end of the presentation of the participants who are on course. I thank you.
A loud applause to the Chief Instructor. Thank you, sir. And Chief Guest, sir, according to the program now, the next is remarks by a representative of the participants who are graduating today. Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Maureen Ninsima. Maureen Ninsima has been the course senior and therefore the overall leader of the group.
The chief guest, Honorable Minister of State for Internal Affairs, General David Muhozi, the representative of the CDF, Brigadier General Alex Olupot, the Inspector General of Police, Abbas Byakagaba, the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Samuel Akena, members of top management of prisons, senior officers of UPDF, police and prisons present, the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Acting Director General UMI, the Commandant, Police Senior Command and Staff Course, and Staff College, sorry, the directing staff, our guests, and fellow participants. Good afternoon. I am Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Maureen Nsima, who has been the co-senior Intermediate Command and Staff Course, Intake 03, 2024-2025. As we celebrate the completion of Intermediate Command and Staff Course, it is a great honor to reflect on the transformative journey we have undertaken over the past 5 months since November 2024. We immersed ourselves in a rigorous program designed to equip us with the knowledge, skills, and perspectives necessary to excel in different roles within the Uganda Prison Service. Throughout the course, we have explored complex topics, engaged in thought-provoking discussions, and shared experiences that have broadened our understanding of effective prison management. Our collective dedication to learning and growth has been inspiring, and we are proud to have been part of this intake. This day is a testament to our hard work and commitment. It showcases our resilience, insights, and reflections on various aspects of prison management, highlighting our best practices and innovative solutions. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, General Retired Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Buhabura, the Prisons Authority, the Commissioner General of Prisons, and the top management for giving us opportunity to undertake such a well-facilitated course. The Commandant Prisons Academy and Training School for the guardianship, the Chief Instructor, the course coordinator, and directing staff for the tireless efforts, support, and guidance. Your contribution has enriched our learning experience and will undoubtedly impact our future endeavors. Great appreciation to the Makerere University School of Law, Makerere University Rotary Peace Center, and Uganda Management Institute for the lectures well delivered. To my fellow participants, as we look forward to success in our career, I'm confident that the knowledge and skills we've acquired will enable us make meaningful contributions to Uganda Prison Service and the entire nation. We shall always cherish the time we have had together. To our spouses and family, we thank you for the support and resilience. Thank you for keeping the fort in our physical absence. For God and my country.
Another louder hand of applause. Thank you, Madam. And at this juncture, Chief Guests, I wish to take the opportunity to request the Acting General of the Uganda Management Institute, Dr. Kasozi, to come and give just a few comments about the course that the Institute has co-facilitated on this third intake of Intermediate Command and Staff course. Welcome, sir.
Our chief guests, allow me to stand on the protocol which has been clearly outlined by the graduate president, SSP Maureen Nsima. I'm here on behalf of Uganda Management Institute to express our gratitude to have this partnership with Uganda prisons, and we don't take it for granted. Chief guests, as you will observe, we have got very many alumni of UMI, starting with the Commissioner General, the Deputy, and the line goes on. I'm here with my colleagues, whom I would like to introduce, Dr. Rose Kwatampola, who is the head of the Consultants and Projects Unit, and the key pillar in making sure that this partnership and collaboration works. We are here with the course manager, Dr. Pose Tumba, who has also been very instrumental in running this model on institutional and management. I wish to emphasize our commitment to Uganda Prison Service, that we remain available whenever and wherever you need our services in building practical and sustainable leadership, administration, and management capacity. To the graduates, I congratulate you on this achievement. As you are aware, our certificate of UMI are not given for free. They are rewarded after your tireless effort. I look forward to the graduates joining Uganda Management Institute for other programs. And in this regard, I've come with a prospectus, which I'm going to leave with the Commandant. You can also check on our website. We have a number of programs which I believe can be beneficial to you as an individual and to the service where you work. With those remarks, I wish once again to thank the management and all the colleagues in this prison service for the support you have given us for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for those very brief and well-articulated words. And at this juncture, I wish to take the opportunity to invite the representative of the principal of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences from Makerere University, Dr. Dixon Kanakulia, to come and give a few remarks about the certificate in conflict and peace studies. Thank you, sir.
All protocol observed. Because of time, I'm not going to take so much time speaking. We conduct a course in peace building and conflict transformation with our collaboration with the Uganda Prison Service. Briefly, it is simply skilling the prison officers with skills that can help them to scientifically approach prison service so that they can build lasting peace and resolve conflicts among themselves and among the prisoners. We train them in many skills, diplomatic skills, governance skills, and many others. And we are happy to mention before you, chief guests, that this cohort has been one of the best in executing the diplomatic skills, and we are really grateful to that. With those comments, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for those very good words, and I wish to take the opportunity to invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, but also who came in as the principal of the college, of the School of Law, Makerere University, to come and make your remarks. You're welcome, Dr. Benson Tusasirwe.
Thank you, Head of Protocol. Honorable Chief Guest, allow me, like the previous speakers, to adopt the protocol which was initially laid out by the first speaker in the interest of time. As you heard, I'm called Dr. Benson Tusasirwe. I'm here in two capacities. I'm representing the Dean of the School of Law at Makerere University. I'm also representing the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. In 2024, late, the Commissioner General of Prisons and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nawangwe, signed a memorandum of understanding. And I'm not lying, it is at page 23, the picture is at page 23 of your booklet of them signing. Under which the school of the university, Makerere University, undertook to deliver an administrative officer's law course as part of this general course, this intermediate what you call it, intermediate commander and staff course. So in that capacity, we then did the same. The mandate of a public university is threefold: to do teaching, to do research, and to do community outreach. And short courses are the biggest component of outreach. People may not come to the university goes to them and facilitates short courses, and that way it contributes to the development of the country. Now, in the School of Law, we have several short courses. The leading one is this one, the Administrative Law course. We have had it for quite a long time, and we have trained thousands of administrative officers all over the country in all the major towns in the country. We have others, a labor law course, refugee law and forced migration course, human rights course, and tax law and policy course. But the one which concerns you today is the administrative officers law course. And this, when we signed this memorandum of understanding, we retailed it to fit the specific needs of a prisons officer. And it was then led by Dr. Patricia Atim, who is here. She coordinated her work with this institution. And she did a good job. So the components, very briefly, included the framework of administrative law. What is the source of authority that government units exercise at all levels? Then administrative authorities at all levels, from the president, what is the power, authority, functioning, and limits of authority of the presidency, cabinet, parliament, judiciary, local governments, police, constitutional bodies like Human Rights Commission, Electoral Commission, Inspectorate of Government, and so on. Statutory bodies formed by statute, all the way to the lowest levels. We also dealt with government processes, how a decision is taken, how a decision is implemented in government, proceedings against government. If you disagree with government, how do you proceed against it? Where do you sue? How do you sue? Whom do you sue? Public finance, including how to manage it well. And in that, we were really assisted by the Deputy Inspector General of Government, Dr. Okiria Achan, who has just left. We dealt a bit with criminal law, and then civil procedure, then judicial review, then administrative remedies. What remedies do you have when an administrative officer oversteps his boundaries and causes you damage? We dealt with justices of the peace, which is one of the functions that prisons officers do. And then we dealt with international humanitarian law. I was involved as chair of the short courses committee of the School of Law in packaging this course. I also was involved in teaching I was here to do the foundational teaching. And I also am the one who set the coursework and marked it. And I was surprised that some of the students got as much as 29 out of 30 in coursework. And the worst, I think, got about 23 out of 30. So from my interaction with your staff, Mr. Commissioner General, I formed the opinion that they are extremely competent people, and if they are any measure to go by in terms of our public administrators in all the various agencies of government, then our people are in the right hands. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, and for that commendation. That made us proud. And at this juncture, Chief Guest, I wish to take the opportunity to invite the Acting Commandant, Prisons Academy and Training School, Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Mary Centenary, to make her remarks. Madam, you are so welcome. So, band, you can be preparing right after Madam's remarks. Then we shall first have an interlude so as to take some water. Let us welcome the Commandant.
The chief guest this afternoon, the Honorable Minister of State for Internal Affairs, General David Muhoozi, the representative of the Chief of Defense Forces, Brigadier General Alex Olupot, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Abbas Byakagaba, the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Samuel Akena, the Deputy Inspector General of Government, the representative of the Chancellor, of the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, the Acting Director General of UMI, members of the UPS top management, UPS senior officers and other senior officers from sister forces, all invited guests, religious leaders, directing staff, and all staff of the Prisons Academy and Training School, the graduates and your loved ones, the Fourth Estate, the Prisons Band, Jazz and Brass. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Assistant Commissioner of Prisons, Mary Centenary, the Acting Commandant of this Prisons Academy and Training School. I am greatly honored to welcome you all to this occasion of the pass out of Intermediate Command and Staff Course, Intake 003 2024-2025. The participants or the graduates today are 60 in number, and I'm glad to report that they have all completed the way they came, 60. 50 of them, which constitutes 83.3%, are male, while 10%, 16.6, 10 of them, 16.6%, are female. They are of various ranks, ranging from Senior Superintendent of Prisons to Principal Officer 1. So they reported here for the course on the 23rd of November 2024 and have completed 5 months of training. I thank God Almighty for His grace and strength and good health that we have been able to accomplish this training. And today we are here celebrating a great achievement. And also for this good weather, which all of us can see. We pray for continued blessings upon all of us. Chief guest, sir, the aim of this course is to expose and equip participants with advanced intellectual and practical approaches of management and leadership that are required for modern correctional services, and also to nurture their ideological orientation, aligning their thinking with national aspirations and development priorities. The course is comprised of 4 components. And I will start with the prisons component. Under the prisons component, there is service writing and staff duties, basic computer literacy, political education and ideology, legislation, human rights, prisons duties, processes and procedures, prison safety and security, prisons intelligence and counter-terrorism, personal development planning, map work and map use, and command and operations, as you have witnessed at the command post exercise, sir. We also cover general and contemporary issues, in which we collaborate with key selected ministries, MDAs, to deliver lectures on different topics of particular relevance. These include the National Planning Authority, the External Security Organization, Financial Intelligence Authority, the Judiciary, particularly the High Court, the DPP, Uganda Human Rights Commission, to mention but a few. Chief guest, the second component is the Uganda Management Institute component, which is the institutional leadership and management, which has been talked about very well by the Acting Director General. The third component of this course is the Makerere University School of Law component, which also has been well elaborated. And the fourth is the Makerere University College of Humanities component. Chief guest, in delivering these modules, our directing staff are complemented by additional facilitators with diverse expertise from civil service, sister forces, in particular the UPDF and the UPF. In addition, participants are taken for field tours to enable them understand and appreciate the country's key strategic installations or assets and be able to relate them to national aspirations and priorities. Key among the places we took them to visit are Roofings, Rollings Mills Factory at Namanve Industrial Park, Kira Motors Corporation in Jinja, the Nightil Garment Factory also in Jinja, Naro National Livestock Resource Research Institute and the Crop Resources Research Institute at Namuronge, Kaumu Presidential Demonstration Farm, Namunkekera Industrial Park in Kapeka, the Albertine Oil Projects, and key prison facilities. This was for them to really appreciate the assets, the key installations, and be conscious as they execute their duties in line with the country's aspirations. The graduates have shown high levels of discipline, hard work, and resilience while on course. They passed their exams and have displayed qualities of capable middle-level leaders. They exhibited commitment and demonstrated mastery of content taught, and therefore I'm positive that they now have ability to analyze the situations better and make correct operational and managerial decisions as they run their units. I thank my team of dedicated directing staff and all other parts trainers and support staff for the continuous selfless effort in making our duty of training a success. Dear directing staff, from the CI to the course coordinator, all directing staff and part staff, wherever you are, stand up for recognition. Thank you, and I applaud you for this. Special appreciation goes to all the individuals from different ministries, departments and agencies, sister forces, senior prisons officers from Kampala Extra Region and other regions, and prisons headquarters for always responding to our call and delivering their respective lectures, and always the support that give to us even during the tours with the participants. Thank you, and thank you for all that you do for us. I deeply thank our partners from the universities, Makerere University and UMI, for continuously partnering with us and being able to help us deliver this course together. I thank the strategic leadership of UPS, headed by the Commissioner General of Prisons, for the continuous strategic guidance and support to this academy and ensuring that we accomplish our training tasks. Because of this, we continue to see the fruits and we are humbled. To my dear graduates, I congratulate you upon this successful completing this course. Anton Chekhov, a Russian writer, said, "Knowledge is of no value unless you put it into practice." And Louis L'Amour, an American writer, said, "Knowledge is like money. To be of value, it must circulate. And in circulating, it can increase in quantity and hopefully in value." You have been equipped with knowledge and skills necessary for the performance of your duties. Use it, especially in the implementation of our prison's mandate. Remain disciplined and loyal, and always remember to uphold the values of the service. From what you have demonstrated, the Academy is confident that you will achieve great things ahead in your career. To the spouses and family members of the graduates, thank you for your patience, understanding, and encouragement. Your support enabled these participants to focus on their training. If you had not supported them, we would have got a lot of requests for going home, for going to pay fees, for going to do what. But I want to thank you that you stood post out there and fitted in their shoes and did whatever they were supposed to do, and you allowed them to focus on the training. Therefore, your sacrifices and contribution is appreciated, and we are very grateful for our partnership in their journey. Chief Guest, sir, I conclude by sincerely thanking you for sparing your time amidst your busy schedule to come and preside over this pass-out ceremony. It is a testimony of your commitment and unwavering support to us. As the Academy, we are committed to continue conducting many more trainings with the usual support of our UPS top management and the visionary guidance of the Commissioner General of Prisons. Band, thank you for making this occasion memorable. You have played good music and we all appreciate it. I thank you all for God and my country.
Yongeza tena. And I will pick from there, since the acting commandant has thanked the band for the good melodies. Please continue and give us good melodies. as we take some water, and then right after we shall be having the next item on the program. Band.
Thank you so much, Jazz Band, for that wonderful presentation, and thank you for keeping us entertained. Chief Guest, sir, allow me to make a few introductions to you. Second, that you know your officers who are around. Chief Guest, The prison's top management is present, and the Commissioner General and the Deputy Commissioner General are assisted by a number of officers, and I would wish, with your permission, sir, to introduce them to you. We have present ACGP El Muhumuza, who is the Director of Research, Policy and Projects Development. Also present, sir, is ACGP John Bosco Tumwebaze, in charge of prisons administration. Present here, sir, is ACGP Milton Tio, who is the Director of Correctional Services. Also present is ACGP Robert Munanura, in charge of production and engineering. Present with you here, sir, is ACGP Dr. George Muge, who is the Director of Cooperation and Corporate Affairs. ACGP Hilary Bisanga, who is the Head of Human Resource Management and who oversaw this training. Also, part of top management is Senior Commissioner of Prisons Wilson Magomu, who is the Deputy Director Engineering. Present here, sir, is the Deputy Director Corporation and Corporate Affairs, Senior Commissioner of Prisons Frank Baine, who is also the service spokesperson. And also present is Senior Commissioner of Prisons Jude Kalisa, the Deputy Director, Research, Policy and Projects Development. Also present is Acting Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Prose Geraldine Najuma, who heads the industries. And Mr. Emiku Samuel Baker, who is the Undersecretary in charge of Finance and Administration. He has just briefly, I think, stepped out. Also in our midst, sir, we have Senior Commissioner of Police, John Kamia, who helped us in the process of developing this course. And other key resource persons who facilitated the process of this course, among them was the Inspector of Courts, His Worship Nsenga Festo. Chief Guest, sir, in the interest of time, I will not introduce the heads of departments who are the commissioners of prisons. I will request the commissioners of prisons to stand up for recognition. Standing just right behind you, sir, those are some of the heads of departments who are commissioners of prisons. And also the heads of divisions, the assistant commissioners of prisons. Kindly, I ask the assistant commissioners of prisons who head the divisions to stand up for recognition. Yes, thank you, Anatoly, assistant commissioners of prisons and assistant commissioners. Present also here, sir, are other heads. We have senior superintendents of prisons, some who head divisions and others who head units. Senior superintendents of prisons. Thank you. And we have also in that category the principal officers under the Ministry of Public Service, from human resource, from finance, from welfare and rehabilitation. Thank you so much. At this juncture, sir, allow me to invite the Commissioner General to come and give his remarks. You're most welcome, sir.
chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Internal Affairs, the Inspector General Police, Mr. Abbas Byakagaba, the representative of the Chief of Defense Forces, Brigadier General Ulupot, I want to take this single honor on behalf of the Commissioner General of Prisons to welcome all of you, and I write on the protocol which has already been laid down. I'm not the Commissioner General of Prisons, but I'm the Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons. I want to make that correction. Our Minister, we are happy to have you here to preside over the pass out of these 60 officers, 50 males and 10 females, of the third cohort of the Intermediate Command and Staff Course of Uganda Prison Service since inception, who have been undergoing training at the Prisons Academy and Training School. Honourable Minister, permit me to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the guests who have taken their time to honor our invitation and be present at this colorful pass-out ceremony. I want to present the brief status report of the prison service as of today. Our Minister, we have a total of 13,920 staff, of which 13,429 are uniformed and 491 are non-uniformed. Honourable Minister, of the uniform officers, we have the 9,426 males and 4,003 females. Senior officers, 505 males, 115 females. Junior officers, 8,921 males, 3,888 females. Non-uniform officers, senior officers, 103 males and 81 females. Junior non-uniform officers, 154 males, 153 females. Grand total, we have 9,683 males, 4,237 females. In other words, in percentage, 69.6% of the staff are males and 30.4% female. That's why we always pass that test. At least 1/3 of our establishment must be female as per the law. At the moment, as we stand here, Honourable Minister, we have a big gap. The structure which is filled is only 35.3%, translating into this number which I've just given above. But the approved structure, we are supposed to be 39,462. Mr. Minister, sir, this has a bearing on the workload of our officers. The international recommended standard for every 3 prisoners, there should be 1 staff. But right now, as we talk, in Uganda Prison Service, for every 7 prisoners, we have 1 staff. That means the officers, the staff are overworked. Our prayer is that as we continue advancing, funds permitting, we should be able to systematically fill these gaps. I wish to inform you, Mr. Minister, that recruitment of 1,019 recruit warders and wardresses is ongoing.
1,000.
And actually tomorrow, I'm going to brief them as they go out to do the second part of that interview, which will be conducted throughout the country. And we hope our plan goes accordingly. They should be in the training school before the end of this financial year. I sincerely thank you for the tireless effort to improve the staffing position of the service. My prayer is to allow us recruit and train at least 2,000 recruit warders and wardresses per year, fund permitting. This will offset the annual attrition through death, through retirement, unfortunately some of them desertion, and request to be discharged at own. The increase in recruitment will also boost the staff strength and will enable us to implement our strategic objectives, plans, and actions that will aim at contributing to Uganda's socio-economic development. Prisoners' population. Our Minister, whereas the national population is increasing at the rate of 2.9% per annum, the prisoners' population is increasing at the rate of 8% per annum. Over the last 10 years, the prisoners' population has grown by 87.1%, from 42,619 prisoners in 2014 to the current level of 79,744. And the breakdown: 1, convicts, we stand at 41,275, remands 37,866, and judgment debtors 603. In other words, convicts constitute 51.8% of the population of the prisoners in our custody, while prisoners waiting trial, the percentage is 47.5, and then the judgment debtor 0.8%. Now, when we reflect it within the available holding capacity, Honourable Minister, as always, there is a problem. There is a big challenge, because currently we have the holding capacity of only 22,187. So when you take from the 79,754, where do the rest stay? Well, they are not outside. They are inside. What does it mean, therefore? It is congestion. Congestion. The occupancy rate is now 359.4. In other words, for every single space that is available, we are keeping 4 people. How do they sleep? How do they? Well, that is it. But that is the real situation which we are in. Honourable Minister, the higher prisoners' population growth rate even erodes the gains which we have been trying to make in expanding prisoners' accommodation and prisoners, staff to prisoners ratio. It is worth to note that the proportion of prisoners on remand has continued to reduce from 54.9% in 2015 to the current level of 47.5%. This is very good because we don't want too many remands in our custody. If we could avoid, we should have 0 remands on our custody. The service shall continue to appeal and collaborate with the criminal justice systems, agencies, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Uganda Police Force, the judiciary, to name but a few, to fast track case disposal in courts. Our wish would have been, as I said, to have no remand prisoners if it was possible, so that we can concentrate on the convicted prisoners, whereby we are able to deploy them, employ them for rehabilitation and productive work engagement. Staff and prisoners accommodation. With your strategic guidance, Honourable Minister, and support, we have continued to undertake expansion of staff and prisoners accommodation using in-house capacity. Staff accommodation. During this 5-year plan, National Development Plan 3, which are about to end, ending in June 2025, the service has constructed 1,812 staff housing units, thereby increasing the proportion of staff properly housed, accommodated in permanent structures from 31.8 to 49.9%. Currently, construction of 317 staff houses is ongoing at Luzira, Masaka, Munahina, Oima, Erute, Sanga, Ibuga, Lukaya, Chitalia Farm, Bigasa, Kauga, Nkozi, Kaliro, Ngoma, Chibale, Magala, Chigandalo, Nakishunga, Moroto, Chazanga, Mitoma, Masafu, Kaiti, Nebi, Kachika, Kakumiro, Kabira, Kasangati, this one here. Kasangati here. Bulaula, Kihihi, and other selected stations. The plan in financial year 2025-2026 is to construct 800 room low-cost staff houses in 64 prison units, including Kaladima, Amuru, Soroti, Nakatunya, Ntenjero, Galiraya, Moroto, Amudat, Yumbe, among others. All this we shall be using our internal capacity. Prisoners accommodation. Under the same National Development Plan 3 framework, Honourable Minister, the prison's holding capacity, that is the space for keeping prisoners, has increased by 11.9% from 71,373.6 square meters, that is a space for 19,826 prisoners in 2020, to the current 79,873.2 square meters, the space for the 22,187 prisoners. Currently, the service is constructing a total of 19 prisoners' wards at Amita Prison Farm in Abim, Isimba Prison Farm in Masindi, Rimi Prison Farm in Bunyangabo, Esinjiro, Yumbe, Away, Loro, Masaka Women, Luzira Women, Lukaya, Biso, Abe, and Rukochi. Using our internal capacity, as I've already hinted, as by the guidance of His Excellency the President. When completed, this will result into additional 5,472 square meters. In other words, accommodating 1,520 prisoners. Honorable Minister, the plan is to construct 20 wards each with capacity of 75 prisoners at Lira Main, Kachika, Arua, Makshon Bay, Kitigum, Peche, Rukonjiri, Kisoro, and Rubirizi in this year, financial year 2025-2026. When completed, this will create another space of 5,400 square meters. In other words, 1,500 prisoners will be accommodated. The combined completion of the 19 wards in the financial year 2024-2025 and the 20 wards in the 2025-2026 will result into additional space of 10,872 meters. In other words, 3,020 prisoners will be accommodated. Honorable Minister, with your support, the service will continue to build the capacity of the prison engineering brigade, although we prefer them as prisons gang. We have been challenged. Why put them gang? Are we gangster? We are not. But that is how in the prisons book, all the parties which go out, we call them prisons gang. So we will still say prisons gang, but it is not gang in the negative connotation. In terms of machinery and equipment, specialized human resource like civil, electrical, mechanical engineers, quantitative surveyors, and others. We have been doing recruitment. All this will enhance our capacity to undertake construction projects in UPS. Staff training and capacity building. Our chief guest, in order to enhance staff performance, the service has continued to undertake a deliberate measures to build the capacity of the staff at various levels and on regular basis. This pass out today is the second time in this financial year that you are presiding over the pass out of officers here at the Prisons Academy and Training School. The first being 20th September 2024, where you personally pass out 70 officers on Junior Command and Staff College. Over the last 4 years, the service has enhanced the capacity of 6,042 prisons officers through various specialized trainings, including one Junior Command and Staff course, which is designed to enhance the capabilities of junior officers, specifically those at the rank of chief warders, chief wardresses, and principal officers. So far, 518 officers have undertaken this course. Honorable Minister, the course of Junior Command and Staff is to equip the officers with command and leadership skills, which enable them to effectively and efficiently manage while supervising activities in different areas of jurisdiction as outlined in the Prison Standing Order. Non-commissioned officers course. This course helps junior staff to transit from the one rank to the another in terms of command and performance. The service so far has 953 staff having taken this course. Intermediate Command and Staff College. This is where we are today. You are presiding over the passing out of the 60 prisons officers of the various ranks, as has already been outlined. SSPs, there are 4 males, 1 female. SP, there are 21 males, 3 females. Senior Assistant Superintendent, there are 7 males. Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, 6 males and 3 female. Principal Officer 1, 12 males and 3 females. The officers have been undertaking the intermediate command and staff course here at Prisons Academy and Training School. This is the 3rd intake since 2023. This brings down to the number of officers who have undertaken the command course to 133 since its inception in 2015. Honorable Minister, for your information and note also, we have been running senior command and staff course. As outlined, the service has benefited from the support by Uganda Police Force for 18 officers, including currently 5 who are undertaking senior command and staff course at Bwebwaja Police Staff College. The plan is to build the capacity to conduct senior command and staff courses in our own academy, and we believe systematically, with the help and support with all the different stakeholders, we shall be able to reach there. Other courses, Honorable Minister, as prisons management, we have always been conducting other courses, including one, we send our officers to UMI. As was reported here, we had a long-standing partnership with Uganda Management Institute. Actually, when I was sharing with the executive director, I was actually one of the first in the cohort of 1995-96 when we were first taken to UMI. 2, we have political education and leadership course at Oliver Tambo School of Leadership, Weta. 3, leadership training at Nali, Chankwanzi. 4, customer care training, human rights training 5, and Law Development Center, among others. It is worth to note that recently, as was already stated, UPS has signed a memorandum of understanding with Makerere University to pave way for Makerere University School of Law to undertake short trainings in administrative law for UPS staff, and which we are now benefiting today. Honorable Minister, permit me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to directing staff, the entire parts management, for their relentless efforts in imparting knowledge to these officers. Your unwavering support and commitment are immensely appreciated, and I thank you for your tireless dedication to our collective mission. This course is precisely designed to enhance the capabilities of the middle senior managers or officers, specifically those at the rank of assistant superintendent of prisons, senior superintendent of prisons. But we have principal officers. Most of these officers who are here before you, sir, are officers and men who are manning prison units. They are the people on the ground every day are dealing with the daily management of prison units. And we felt, despite some of them having the lower rank of principal officers, but since they are heading those prison institutions, the different units at different layers, structures, they should also benefit. And that is the reason where I explained that is why we have brought them on board. The program aims to elevate the knowledge, understanding, skills, attitudes, and behaviors to ensure that when they are executing their duties, it is done professionally as outlined in the various legal instruments, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as amended, 1995 as amended, the Prisons Act, the prison rules and regulations. I am very confident that this course will significantly impact these officers, fortifying their ability to serve with excellence and integrity. Mr. Honorable Minister, I want to report something slightly outside this arrangement. The issue of the establishment of an integrated prisons industries project for tannery, footwear, textile, garment, and furniture. Honorable Minister, I want to request you to sincerely convey our gratitude and gratefulness to His Excellency the President for approving this project. Because this is actually going to deliver us as security forces, the UPDF, Uganda Police, Uganda Prisons, and Uganda Wildlife Authority, where we believe some of the items which we have mentioned here, footwear, textile, garment, tannery products, we shall be able to locally manufacture them, reducing on the cost of importation and saving the country foreign currency hemorrhage. The service is committed to implement this project, which will contribute towards our national development. The 2026 general elections. Honorable Minister, you are aware the country is preparing for the 2026 general elections, and as a service, we are ready to support the electoral process when called upon, and we are ready to do that to the best of our ability. We shall work hand in hand with all the other security agencies to maintain peace and security throughout the period. And for those who want to cause chaos, yes, the prison is full, but it's not, and there is space. So if you think you can cause trouble out there, we have space for you here. Staff promotion. Honorable Minister, the service promoted officers. The last promotion was in 2023. It is now time to kickstart the promotion exercise in order to reward all the deserving officers. We therefore would seek your permission and support to realize this exercise. I want to request, sir, to convey our sincere gratitude to His Excellency the President, the entire government of Uganda, for enhancing our prisons budget with your big input to the tune of 527.38 billion in the next financial year. We don't take it for granted because it was a struggle and you were the commander in the forefront to fight for this budget. We believe this would be a game changer to some extent in our operations and activities or planned projects. To the Prisons Authority, we are truly grateful for the trust that you have in us as Uganda Prison Service and the support that you have always offered from time to time. To the graduates, I wish to encourage and congratulate you upon your completion of the training you have undertaken. I urge you to, at all times, apply the knowledge and skills that you have acquired throughout the duration of this course. You are now our ambassadors at different levels. You are expected to improve on your performance in your respective fields. Stick to the core values of UPS for your professional development as careers officers. With these long remarks, Honourable Minister, I want to take this singular honor to invite you to come and give your speech. And if you feel like these fellows are ready, these officers are ready to be passed out, it is at your pleasure. Otherwise, we are still ready to keep them here. So here, you're welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
The Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons standing in for the Commissioner General, who is our host, the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Bas Byakagaba, the Uganda Prisons Authority members, directors in the representative of the CDF, Brigadier Olupot, members of the academia, Makerere University and UMI, religious leaders, graduates, invited guests in your various capacities, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I greet you all and I thank you for finding time from your busy schedule. To be here today on this pass out ceremony of the 6th Uganda Prison Service officers finishing their intermediate Commandant staff course. The Uganda Prison Service is one of the agencies under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is a creature of the Constitution under Article 215. And its functions are spelled out in the Prisons Act under Section 5, and these include to ensure the safe and humane custody of prisoners, to facilitate their rehabilitation and reformation, to facilitate their reintegration into society. The prison service provides for their welfare and also ensures that their rights are protected while in custody under the care of the prison service. The details of the functions include custody and security, where the service is responsible for maintaining a secure and safe environment for the inmates and that they are held in humane conditions. It's also responsible for rehabilitation and reform, like I said earlier, and it works to rehabilitate the prisoners through various programs including training, education, and vocational skills development. The service also assists prisoners in their reintegration into society after serving their sentences by providing support and resources. In legal issues and court matters, the UPS is responsible for procuring prisoners before courts of law when required and ensuring that they are lawfully discharged or removed from prison when so ordered by the courts. The prison service also manages work performed by the prisoners that is necessary for the efficient operation of the prisons. It's also, in addition, carries out other assigned functions, and the Minister here of Internal Affairs, in consultation with the Prisons Authority, may assign additional functions to the service from time to time. In essence, the service plays a crucial role in the justice system by ensuring the safe and secure custody of offenders, while also working to rehabilitate and reform them, and ultimately contributing to security, harmony, and development of the country. I would like to acknowledge publicly, as your policy supervisors at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, that the prison service has discharged its mandate to a satisfaction, and this performance has been consistent over the years. We therefore commend you for that. However, that is no reason to lower your guard. It is actually a challenge for you not only to maintain that high level of performance, but also to strive to perform even much better. Training is one way of maintaining and bettering performance standards and matching set job expectations. I'm therefore delighted at all the ongoing human resource development programs within the service, including this very important intermediate leadership course. When I looked at the numbers, as I sat with the Deputy Commissioner General, this cohort has 5 senior superintendents of prisons, 25 superintendents of prison, 8 senior assistant superintendents of prison, 8 assistant superintendents of prison, and 14 principal officers, 1. And I was asking why the variation in ranking, because where I used to trade in the military, this course is for SSPs and SPs at most, colonels, lieutenant colonels, staff college, because these are the ones at the operational level in service. But I was given an explanation that those junior ones within your ranks of this cohort are holding responsibilities equal to their peers, the senior peers. They are all commanders of prison units. Going forward, maybe through the prison authority and even through your PAC, Ndugu Deputy Commissioner General, you could look at bringing these junior ones up, yes, because they are manning those responsibilities, and enabling them to fit into those job stations, but also where you have higher ranks that haven't done this course, you can incrementally bring them on, so that, because they have those ranks anyway, so you have to train them, whatever they are doing, even if they are not commanding units. You need to have them trained, or if you don't need them, discharge them. Discharge them. So, but what I'm trying to say is that you need to bring standards, so that there's no doubt about, I know this happens sometimes. There are people you want to fast track because of their individual capacities and abilities. But that should not be at the expense of standards. So you can do a hybrid until those who are of senior rank and haven't done the course do it, but also you bring up those ones who are holding these responsibilities. I can see at this level, it's just a broad brush of general things, and I'm glad you are affiliated to some of these institutions like Makerere and UMI to have insights about bits of the law, then conflict management, diplomacy, etc., and then the core content of the course, which is command and administration at your level. I would be glad if you consider, It may not be now because you are starting. This is the third intake. If you consider maybe making this a one-year course. Yes. That way, because now Makerere and UMI is giving you certificates. That way, maybe they can consider, if you are a graduate, they give you a master's degree in whatever you do. And that improves your relevance, both within the service, but even beyond service. But also, the beauty of these courses is that you share the same insights as your colleagues in the police and the army, to have a broad view of things about your country, about your context, about your region, about the world. And this is the essence of this course. And also maybe, Commissioner General, consider you can take advantage of what we have here, or even abroad, sending the assistant, I don't know how they call them. The police call them AIGPs. The prisons call them ACGP, Assistant Commissioner General of Prison. That level, because this is the operational level, now the strategic level, you need to train people to fit in that level. And maybe consider getting slots at Defense College, because now from the operational level, you should have people preparing for leadership. I saw Akena here scared to say, I'm acting Commissioner General. He said, I'm not Commissioner General. But prepare people for that level, but also even as Assistant Commissioner Generals, they should be broad enough to understand strategy, to understand the world, to understand the region, to understand Africa deeply beyond the operational level. I want to thank the Uganda Prison Service for the continued execution of its mandate, including the assigned mandate of production of cotton, maize seed, and furniture for all these years. Across government, we know the quality of your furniture, and I think this podium is one of them, and it's testament of the quality of the work of the prison service carpentry workshop. Professionalization of the security agencies, including the prison service, is very crucial because these agencies play a critical role in the country's development. These institutions not only ensure the safety and security of Ugandans, but also engage in the strategic production of goods and services, hence contributing to national development. This dual role underscores their importance in fostering national progress and transformation. I therefore wish to thank the Commissioner General of Prisons for his able leadership and for positioning the Uganda Prison Service as a strategic partner in national development. This pass-out ceremony for this leadership training is also a testimony of the efforts in professionalizing the prison service, and it sits well with the dual mandate of the service for offender custody and rehabilitation, as well as strategic production of agricultural goods and other products for national development. In addition to the current production initiatives in furniture, the Uganda Prison Service also engages in the production of apparel for itself and other security forces, as well as leather goods for both domestic consumption and export. Uganda Prison Service is grappling with an acute staff accommodation program. The Commissioner General has talked broadly about these problems. The ministry is exploring all the options, including a public-private partnership arrangement in order to construct decent staff accommodation for all personnel under the prison service, the police, and immigration services. We want to commend the initiatives using your own means of constructing accommodation for staff, but it's not enough. We need to augment it by a bigger effort. I wish to thank the Commissioner General for heeding to HE's, the President's guidance on establishment and equipment of the construction brigade or gang, like you call it. I'm confident that this initiative will cut down the cost of construction and expansion of prisons infrastructure. The ministry will continue to support the service to strengthen its internal capacity for infrastructure development and other projects. We shall also endeavor to work and improve on the other critical areas where the service has challenges. And these include prison accommodation. Mr. Kena mentioned this. For example, we may have to consider using a mix of measures, including policy initiatives like community service, remission. Gladly, remission is already in the law. The use of IT to offset prisoner movement logistics to court, etc., etc. So it's not about just building more prisons. It's also about a mix of other measures that can help handle the numbers of inmates. There's also the issue of restorative justice to complement the retributive criminal justice system that we use in Uganda. I want to applaud the prison authority and service for having the least rate of recidivism using measures including improvement of prisoners in custody through education, through skilling. The studies tell the story that those who get a skill or get educated don't reoffend. So I want to salute you, Uganda Prison Service, for that initiative. We shall continue to support the prison service to enhance its capacity using both its human resource and other force multipliers. The Commissioner General told us the word at prisoner ratio globally should be 1 to 3. We are now at 1 to 7. And he said if means were available, we could increase the force levels to the desired levels by training at least 2,000 per year. I think that one is a modest appeal. Maybe we could consider more numbers because if you take it at 2,000, then it means you would want to go to those ratios within at least 6 years. 6 years is a long time. And given force attrition, people desert, people die, people retire. I think you need to handle this issue of ratios pretty quickly. And the other option would be to maybe to go the big bang way, train say 5,000 at a go for 3 years, and use the other training facilities around. Sister agencies can help, but do it and do it pretty quickly. But this is a matter which needs higher consultation, including through your park, and then of course the police authority, but also ultimately the president, because it's money at the end of the day. It's not just training, and then even includes wage, and that means budgeting, that means all these things. So we need a whole of government approach to resolve this issue of strength. But I think now that we've started the conversation, we shall get a solution. After all, where there's a will, there's always a way. His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief approved the project to establish an integrated prisons industries project for tannery, footwear, textile, garment, and furniture. I wish to reiterate the Ministry's commitment to implement this project. We shall support you to expand the prisons industries and accomplish the establishment of an integrated tannery, footwear, and garment factory to produce apparel for other security forces and other products for local consumption and export. To the graduates, I wish to congratulate you all upon completion of this intermediate command and staff course. I implore you to act and perform better at your duty stations, be leaders with a difference, serve your country diligently, and focus on achieving great and valuable impact, both at institutional and individual level. Observe discipline, embrace the 4 pillars embedded in the government's policy and ideology of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. This is because your output as prisons officers is not an end in itself. It is a means to the strategic end state of a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Uganda. This course provides you with the tools and skills to do your job as required. Strive to understand and cause positive change in your assignments. Remember that you are more effective with a colleague next to you. Teamwork and team spirit are indispensable in your work. Uganda Prison Service has been built on discipline and professionalism. You must understand and adhere to the rules and regulations of the Uganda Civil Service. I'm glad we have in our midst officers from the public service. You must also understand, in general, the regulations of the Uganda Prison Service. Most importantly, you need to understand in your work the Prisons Act, this is your Bible, as well as the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which gives you a general scope of where your service sits within the overall national scheme of things, and then the accompanying expectations. I have faith that you will acquit yourselves well as you get back to your workstations. I wish you the best, and I want now to take the singular honor to pronounce what you've been waiting for. I think you have not been listening to me. You are waiting for this last sentence. But before I do, I think I need to pause this. Can we have lunch before we... I want now to read this proclamation, pass out of officers on intermediate command and staff course. 9th May 2025, I, General David Muhoozi, the Minister of State for Internal Affairs, by the powers and authority vested in me, me meaning, let me be like Akena, standing in for the senior minister. Standing in for the senior minister by the Prisons Act, because in the Prison Act there is no Minister of State. 325, Cap 325, Section 9(2)A and Section 11(2)B, on this 9th day of May 2025, hereby pass out the 60 officers who have successfully completed the Prisons Intermediate Command and Staff Course Intake 3, 2024-2025. Congratulations. For this well-deserved successful completion of your course. Kwanza kaa chini. They want to go. They can't wait. Yeah. I want to thank all of you who have turned up for this fantastic occasion. The IGP is a very busy man, but he found time to come and be with you here. This shows Interforces Cooperation, the representative of the CDF, Brigadier Ulupot, the teachers, facilitators from Makerere. These are very busy people, and I'm glad to see my alma mater from Makerere Law School, Mr. Benson Susasiro. He was a year ahead of me, and I think he deserves a salute. I saw somebody salute him. So it's been a colorful event. As I walked in here with Akena, I thought I was being locked up. But I didn't see the other prison count at the gate. We are so many with debtors. They usually end with debtors. So when that was not there, I knew we were safe. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, sir, chief guest. I request you, the graduates now, and all the guests that we give a deserving appreciation to the chief guest. Thank you so much, sir, for the words of wisdom, not only the words of wisdom, but also with good counsel. And I think listening to you is very inspiring, and we are privileged to have you here today. Now that the chief guest has decided not even to postpone up to after lunch, I invite the chief instructor to come and present certificates for the chief guest's issuance to the graduates. Chief instructor, please take over.
Thank you, MC. Chief guest, sir, with your pronouncement, I am equally energized to take to the podium and present to you the certificates and awards going out to our officers who have earned them today. Sir, as you are aware, the graduates today have earned 4 certificates, one of the Intermediate Command and Staff course, certificate in Institutional Leadership and Management of Uganda Management Institute, certificate in Administrative Officers Law course, Makerere University, School of Law, and then a certificate in Peace Building and Conflict Transformation of Makerere University College of Humanities and Social Sciences. Therefore, Chief Guest, allow me also invite our sister institutions to join us and join you as we present the certificates to these awardees. With your permission, sir, allow me present to you as the chief guest takes to a suitable position to award. I would request the Deputy Commissioner General, the Inspector General of Police, to flank him up, plus our representatives from the sister institutions, academic institutions, to also join. And we do this. We have always said here the content has been heavy, but we are happy that they have earned it. Chief guest, the first participant is Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Maureen Ninsima. Please arise and receive your certificates from the chief guest. Following is Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Eric Baleiteirewa. Please. The spouses or the special invited guests of the participants, please join and take a memorable photo that you will pin in your sitting rooms, I know, because this is one of a kind. Congratulations. I'd request the cameraman to save time in the interest of the lunch that is cooling. Please. Remember, we have 60 participants. Next, let's have Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Eric Baleiteirewa. Eric happens to be the ADC to the Commissioner General of Prisons, and he has been on course. Congratulations. Third, we have Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Brian Ko Mbazira. Please take post. He's the former officer in charge, Uganda Government Prison, Upper. Please, let's move. Let's have the next person in queue is Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Jimmy Anguzu. Yes, with his son, Jimmy Jr., the sports officer. Please, let's clap for them. It was not easy to arrive at this day. The next is Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Godfrey Walakira, with your special invited guest. If he or she is there, they can join us. After Walakira, can I have in queue Superintendent of Prisons, Barbara Bosinje? Please prepare to receive your certificates. This is a memorable day, and it is their day, and it is the main activity. And we thank you, Chief Guest, for giving them time. After Barbara Businje, we shall have Superintendent of Prisons, Joseph Ochom. Joseph Ochom. After Joseph Ochom, can we have Francis Luanga take position? Thank you. Let's have Joseph Ochom. That is Joseph Ochom. After Joseph Ochom, we have Francis Luanga, Superintendent of Prisons. And next will be Superintendent of Prisons, Hamid Hussein Aikomundu. You can take position. That is Osio of a farm. I expected speed from him as a farmer who targets the season. Hussein. After Hussein, we shall have Superintendent of Prisons, Pasco Chesimira. Ikomondu, who was at the Minimax, Chitalia. Thank you, congratulations. Next, we shall also have Superintendent of Prisons, Dennis Asimwe. With your special one, I can see besides you. Thank you for bringing her. Next, we shall have Superintendent of Prisons, Edward Mulavie Muatua. Dennis, please. Superintendent Edward Mulavie, please take position. While Superintendent of Prisons, Juliet Najuma, you also take post. Dennis was in Mutukula prison farm. Muatua is next, who was also in Odina, also a farm. Juliet Najuma. Next is Superintendent of Prisons, Lydia Nekesa. Please prepare with your special guest. Okay. Lydia was at the mechanical workshop here. She's used to machines and tractors. Juliet was in Chigo Women. After Nekesa, we shall have Joseph Nsovia. That is Nekesa, Madame Tractors. That's what she knows best. think with the sister, I want to assume. Sovia, after Sovia was in the Tororo farm, I think with Mama. If I'm guessing wrongly, you can correct me. After Joseph and Sovia, we have Superintendent Hannington Musinguzi. Hannington Musinguzi. There he comes, the giant of Loro prison farm. With his special one, I want to believe. But you can correct me. After Hannington Musinguzi, we have Superintendent of Prisons Jimmy Omodi, who was just wedded of recently, Mugole, and was in Arua. I think with the bride, you still remember how you were marching in church. I want to believe. After Jimmy Omodi, we shall have Superintendent of Prisons Patrick Busulwa. I hope you came with the dear one also. Busulwa was in Fort Portal, Maine. Please, Brian Mulabi, please prepare and join the queue. Brian was in Sebei land. I think that is Uganda government prison farm, Ngenge, somewhere there. Busulwa before the chief guest and his dear one. And after that, Busulwa. Next will be Mulabi. Brian, who was in Ngenge prison farm. Next is James Biteba. James Biteba. That is Mulabi marching before the chief guest. You can see the size. Please appreciate that size. That shows you there is work done in the farm and there are good opportunities out there for all officers. After Biteba, we shall have Superintendent of Prisons, Tanazio Byakatonda. The man of Chiburara prison farm. We have a good representation of officers who are in the farms. Please, Tanazio, move. After Tanazio, can we have Daniel Magoma, Superintendent? The office of Nwoya, far north, with his beauties. That is nice. After that, let's have Dennis Omech. Omech, whom did you come with? Should we get you somebody? Okay, that is Magoma with the beauties. Congratulations. After Omech, let's have Kenneth Nekambi also prepare. Osi Wachatu. I don't know what is down there in Wachatu, but the size speaks of good things in Wachatu. After Wachatu, let's have Superintendent of Prisons Wilbrod Majezi. This is Bufulubi prison farm. The course was content heavy. We lost some weight. Wilbrod Majezi. Thomas Apila, please prepare in the queue with your special person. Thomas Apila. formerly in Kachika. Always giving good feedback in class. Congratulations, Apila. Let's have Godwin Chirunji. The senior farmer. He almost knows everything, Godwin Chirunji. Congratulations with your special person. Apila, please move. With Mama there, and the little one has also joined. Let's have Robert Ogutu in the queue. Robert Ogutu. Robert Ogutu was in Kitgum, officer in charge, far north. Congratulations. Next is Robert Okanya. If you need any good breeds of German shepherds and dogs, I don't know what is the other breed, Okanya can ensure you have the breeds. Aussie Canine. Marching forward is Robert Ogutu. Samias don't take, they are never delayed. Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Ezra Muchunguzi, please join. Former OC Dokolo in Elango area with your special person. Let's have Senior Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Yunus Kaima, with your special. The canine man, we needed to get you somebody. Congratulations. We needed to bring a dog. Somebody is proposing a German Shepherd. Deodato Atwine, can you join the queue? That is Ezra, before the chief guest, before the IGP. Next is Yunus Kaima. Please march before the dais and receive your certificates. After Deodato, we also have SASP Kimono James Nakosi. Please prepare. Atwine, Osi Soroti, former Osi Soroti, with his special one. Let's have Abner Felix join the queue with your special person. These are memorable moments that we can't take for granted, and food can wait for us to finish this. Maximilian Biamugisha, please take to the queue. Marching before the Deputy CGP is Nakosi, who was in industries. Marching before the Brigadier General is Felix Abner Mugia, Kayunga area, Ntengero, I think around there. Nicholas Baguma Bosinje, please. ASP Joseph Odeke. ASP Karim Serunkuma. Please hurry up. Maximilian with the future Ugandan, future leader of Uganda. Odeke, Karim Serunkuma. That is Nicholas Baguma Bosinje marching before the general. I don't see anybody escorting him, but it is okay. It is okay. Next is Joseph Odeke with his special one. Although he has left the special one meters away, but he's also still okay. Stella Adong, please join the queue. Please clap for these people. The minister has already pronounced himself that they have graduated, and he has proposed a 1-year course. So for those who will come in next, you should prepare well. Marching before the chief guest is Karim Serunkuma, who was in Oyam prison. ASP Thomas Tibanyendera, please prepare. ASP Irene Nantongo, please prepare. Marching on is Stella Adong from Industries. I want to believe with the daughter. Tibanyendera was in Bukomero prison. After Nantongo, ASP Stephen Kasokodo, please take to the queue. Tibanyendera, please move. Stephen Kasokodo, Kiria. Simon Obong. Marching before the acting director general is Irene Nantongo Chiyunga in Busoga. After. Then this one. Next, Chiria. Please march. March on. I like the majestic march. Slow and sure. Chiria was in Kamwenje prison. After Simon Obong, let's have Dina Mirembe. After Dina Mirembe, Jackson Musinguzi, please prepare. There are just a few hands coming from this side. Graduates, clap for your friends. You have toiled together and give them the morale that they deserve today. Simon Obong always had feedback facilitator who was before him. Very inquisitive young man. Next is Dina Mirembe, ASP, from the training school. PO1, Deborah Nakalanzi, take on to the queue. Makerere, we are not seeing your face at the... You could also take to the opportunity of handing. Nakalanzi, after Nakalanzi we have Bernard Tibita. Musinguzi was in Chakasengura and recently promoted to the current rank that he has. And after Musinguzi we shall have Deborah Nakalanzi, who was in Mbale Women, OC Mbale Women. Bernard Tibita. After Bernard Tibita, let's have Leonard Walukana. As you move forward there, I know people are interested in the people you're moving with. So I hope you've prepared them to join you. Justin Watsimwe Gwangwa. Tibita was in Masindi in the reception. After Tibita we have Leonard Walukana, Principal Officer 1. That was Osi Kagadi in the Salt area, Walukana. There he marches on to receive his 4 certificates. Principal Officer 1, Justin Gwangwa, was in Masindi Women with her dear husband. Then we have Beza Kasada, also take to the queue. Beza Kasada. Augustine Mukasa, please follow. David Baluku. I surely don't know what those cheers mean. Oh, both instructors, okay. Formally, instructors. That is Justine and the husband from receiving their certificates. Next is Beza Kasada. He has moved alone. And it is okay, but not very okay. Augustine Mukasa, Baluku, Muhammad Sembuya, Mukasa is from prisons headquarters and the wife is the Deputy OC Kampala Remand. So the law of propinquity had to apply. Where you tie the goat is where it grazes. Baluku is also a former trainer. Baluku is in Chiburara. There goes Baluku, the man from the mountains. Joel Emunyu, please prepare. Edson George Tukamuhawa, please prepare. Next to move is Sembuya Muhammad, Mukuru Boma Upper. For those who don't know what it means, but you've heard about Boma, he's the man who can take care of you once you're behind those walls. Next, you can match. That is Emunyu from Chibito prison. Dina Adong, please prepare. James Patrick Alomo, please prepare. Matching to receive his certificate is Edson George Tukamhawa, who will be followed by Dina Adong and James Patrick Alomo. Followed by Abudu Musimenta. He was a former trainer, so he knows these things. Marching on is Dina Adong from Sentema, formerly. And he's doing well. Abdu Musimenta, Godfrey Masereka, and then finally we shall have Koleb Naturinda. Congratulations. Alomo is OC Mulago. He ensures that our patients are cared for, are delivered, and meet the doctors. Abdu Musimenta, marching on, is a staff officer in East Central. That is Mukono. Marching on is Masereka with the sister, the man from the mountains. Very sharp young man. He was also in charge of their ICT. And finally, Koleb Naturinda. Naturinda is the last person to receive his certificate. He was in Uganda Government Prison Farm, Tororo. Chief guests, sir, on top of the certificates, we have some special awards to give to those who exhibited excellent performance in different areas of assessment, and they were worth an additional recognition for their efforts. And these ones, chief guests, will need you to award these graduates, starting with the Innovation and the Creativity Award. Citation, Chief Guest. This award is given to the participant that demonstrated outstanding creativity, ingenuity, and innovative thinking while on course. The participant is recognized for pioneering new ideas that made a significant impact. The participant has been considered to be a problem solver, is flexible and willing to go an extra mile to bring workable solutions to fix the challenges that they faced. The participant has original thought and knowledge necessary for idea generation. Chief Guest Sir, this award goes to Assistant Superintendent of Prisons, Dina Mirembe. He was in charge of their ICT, very creative, willing to go an extra mile, and a staff of the Prisons Academy and Training School. No wonder. Please march. So she receives the Innovation and Creativity Award. I love those who have kept clapping. Chief Guest Sir, the next award is the Discipline Award. This award is presented to a participant in recognition of their exceptional self-control, responsibility, and commitment in upholding high standards of behavior. The award honors the individual for consistently demonstrating strong work ethics, respect for rules and regulations, positive attitude, flexibility, resilience, and humility during the period of training. The participant's outstanding discipline and character makes him an exemplary role model, and we are proud to acknowledge this achievement. Chief Guest Sir, this award goes to Superintendent of Prisons, Godwin Chirunji. The dear one must come out. Chief Guest Sir, that man knows everything about farming. He knows why milk is white and not green, yet the cow eats green grass but gives us white milk. Very intelligent and disciplined young man he is. Chief Guest Sir, the next award is the Commandant Award, and this award is presented to the participant who demonstrated academic excellence, academic discipline, and integrity in presentation of his service papers. The participant wrote a well-researched paper that can be used to inform policy formulation. His paper is on exploring the role of emotional intelligence in the effective management of Uganda prison service. The participant also showed maturity, academic curiosity, pursuit for knowledge, and portrayed good critical thinking and analytical skills during the course. This award goes to Superintendent of Prisons, Dennis Omech. I know some other people's hearts leaped when I ended on Dennis. That is Dennis Omech. He wrote a very good paper. He's an academic giant. Humble, simple, but very knowledgeable. Congratulations. I like the smile, a sign of victory. Chief guest, sir, we have 2 more left. We have the Leadership Excellence Award. This award is presented in recognition of outstanding leadership skills, dedication and commitment to leading others and supporting administration. This award honors the individual for demonstrating exceptional ability in inspiring, motivating, and empowering others, driving positive change, and achieving excellence. The participant has been more of a democratic leader, working with her friends, and showed good mobilization skills, was supportive, and cared for the rest. Chief guest, sir, the award goes to Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Maureen Nensima. She's also referred to as Auntie Nin. Formerly OC Mbale Main. With her dear husband. And then, finally, sir, chief guest, we have the overall best participant. And this participant demonstrated exceptional dedication, enthusiasm, and academic excellence throughout the course, and produced high-quality assignments and projects. The participant also exhibited high qualities in leadership, discipline, and respect while on course. He supported peers and fostered a positive learning environment. His outstanding performance and commitment to learning makes him an exemplary participant. He was an all-round participant. Chief guest, sir, this award goes to Senior Superintendent of Prisons, Brian Ko Mbazira. Formerly OC Upper Prison, formerly OC Bushenyi. He was in Maction Bay. He was a trainer at this great academy. And he has exhibited that, and he has shown his strength in coming out as the best overall participant. Congratulations. Chief guest, sir, that marks the end of the awards to the participants. I hand over to the masters of ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Instructor, and congratulations to the graduates. Congratulations once again. And to you, the recognized few awardees, I think you were all excellent. Without wasting time, we are now going to, with your permission, sir, chief guest, to have the anthems, and then we proceed for a group photo, because this is a memorial event that we cannot forget. And thereafter, we shall have lunch. The Commissioner General has prepared for us a sumptuous lunch. Band. band. I now invite maybe the participants first. I request you, Chief Guest, just to have 1 minute. You maybe take a seat. We have these participants form up for a memorable group photo with you, and congratulations upon completion of this course. And special congratulations to you, the best overall, SSP Mbazira Brian. Congratulations. I'm happy to have you as my predecessor. Thank you. We are going to have a group photo with the chief guest. And the media team, please do this as fast as possible. Guests have sat here for long and we need to have lunch. It is a very special moment to have you, chief guest, today, and we are very delighted. And having the Inspector General of Police, who is with us here for his first time as the Inspector General of Police. We are more than happy. We are more than happy, sir. The chief guest will be accompanied by the Deputy Commissioner General, the Inspector General of Police, media team very fast, the representative of the CDF, the representative of Makerere University, the acting Director General, Uganda Management Institute, the Director Human Resource, and the Commandant to have a group photo, the first group photo. Director Human Resource has been the chairperson organizing committee, and he is also the person behind these trainings with support from his counterpart, Assistant Commissioner Generals. We ensure that the chairs are an odd number. Media team. And thank you so much, everyone, for being here. And the organizing committee, I want to have a special recognition, especially to the chairman, but also the commissioner in charge of human resource planning and development, Commissioner Asinja Baker. Thank you so much. You have delivered the training. I think we need to give a special applause to CP Baker. The SCGPs, your guidance, your input has led us today, and we see this transformation that is taking place. And of course, the sister, the partnering institutions, Uganda Management Institute, Makerere University, we are immensely grateful. The Director Administration is requested to join. The direct staff, please form up very quickly. After the graduates, the directing staff, take this opportunity and have a photo moment with the chief guest. These are group photos. We shall allow individual photographs with the family members in case those who are interested. the directing staff of Prisons Academy, who have been at the center of this course. Thank you, sir, Chief Guest. The Commandant is going to lead the Chief Guest. Commandant, you're going to lead the Chief Guest for lunch. And I would like to make brief announcements that guests in this tent, we are going to join the serving center here, where there is the Chief Guest. And also, after this tent, we shall follow and join the same serving point. And the participants, you're going to use the tent just behind you and the rest of the invited guests. We have enough food, therefore our ushers will come and reach out to you and you have your lunch. It has been a very wonderful and remarkable event where we see ourselves having the highest number of the intermediate course graduates. I have been the director of ceremonies of this function, Senior Commissioner of Commissioner of Prisons, Moses Sentalo. I don't know whether, apologies. I wanted to introduce my senior, the Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Franka Baine, whom I work under, and he's having a media interviews, but for purposes of record, I am Commissioner of Prisons, Moses Sentalo. And my senior, I deputize the Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Baine. Michael MC, come and introduce yourself before you forget and also call yourself the acting commandant.
Thank you so much. I have been as Superintendent of Prisons. Papas Muhuriziu has been acting today as Assistant Master of Ceremonies. Thank you. To add and emphasize on what the MC has said, the tent behind will follow after the tent of the chief guest has finished serving. And so the participants, please, you can just march and start serving right away with your spouses and families in the tent behind you. Then after that, in that order, then we shall have the staff plus band and then the media who follow in that order in that very tent. Please, we have enough food for everyone and make sure everyone is well served. Band, you could be giving us some simple music as the chief guest has his lunch. Thank you.
Machozi yangu yote na malizika, nitalala na nani? Wewe unaenda, nimepanga ni mawazo, nimepanga ni kuwazawaza. Wewe unaenda, unaenda kama ile njia yako enda, kama ni maisha yako pata. Wewe dada, kama ni maisha yako enda, kama ni maisha yako pata. Wewe dada, relo, 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 things that you wear. Deka kama bodeka kama mtoto, nakubembeleza mimi ni wako. Nitazidi kupa vitu moto moto, mapendo si kupenda si mchezo. Na kusi sijele macha mimi solema, na kusi bariki na mimi sole. Usiende mbali nami, bado nakupenda. Usiende mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Usiondoke mbali nami, usiende mbali nami, mimi bado nakupenda. Nakupenda na nipenda, sinipenda mbali nami.